Back here on livestream.tv. We're here at Kyoto. This time for a 24-hour race from the national configuration. We've got 7 hours and 49 minutes into the books. So about 16 hours and 10 minutes left in the race. The racing has settled down here. We've got quite significant gaps between the cars. Current race leader is Isaac Price in the GT1 class for NX Racing and Friends. And Pikrainen for Virus leads the GT2 field. For the Bathurst fans, there are 7 hours and 2 minutes to go. And a certain Shane van Gisbergen is leading the race over there in front of Bernd Schneider and Rahel Frey. So quite notable names racing over there. And we say thank you for the 41 viewers currently watching the stream live. It's quite late already over here. It's 4 minutes to 90 UTC.
It looks like the 54 car, GT2 leader, may have had to trip into the gravel or onto the grass at turn 8. With the yellow flag signal coming up, and his tyres are very dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're coming to pit lane. Just having a look. I've been to pit lane for 10 minutes ago, judging by tracker. How can that be?
Indeed, the tyres look very new. And
yeah,
a new driver coming in.
2 new drivers. Well, maybe something didn't work on their communication. Maybe Pitkäinen is too tired from his driving already. So.
And what this is going to do is going to bring Remco Major into the lead in GT2, just 5.5 minutes from the points being given out.
Indeed. And Remco Major's last pit stop, there he is in the lead, was also just a few minutes ago. So this is actually putting Major into the advantage. Also joining the server Ray Kingsbury for the 62.
I'm not sure that Major has only just pitted.
No, Tracker lied to me, I guess. Tracker lied to me. Okay, let's take a look. Tracker shows me Conquest Racing into lap 287. And oh, this would that works out. So it seems to work out for the lap times, but not for the last pit stops. But indeed, the tires really don't look like they've been freshly mounted to the car. Especially in comparison to the core racing car behind of Kali Winkler, which seems to have a lot more of rubber on the tire. Obviously, GT2 cars are not really made for double stenting tires. Virus actually fell back to position.
Two minutes from result point.
And Remco Major is still shown to me as being in the pit, so there is actually something wrong. So let's take a look. It looks like, yeah, he's pretty far into his stint. I guess he has pitted about 30 laps ago. Judging from what tracker shows to me in the car laps standings.
Nathan Lamoff has joined the server, so although he left again, but he rejoined, will be pitting.
Maybe they're trying to stretch it over this 8-hour mark, and Nathan joined the server to get a look at the tires and to get a look at damage and everything, so to measure if it's possible to stretch it.
Yeah, well, Rougeau has stayed out, so we should be able to stay ahead at the 8-hour mark.
Yeah. But they need to complete the lap first, if I recall it correctly. As it's not directly what Tracker is saying at the 8-hour mark, but well, it will. However, well, we will see it in a bit, as the results will be published in the next, well, in the next
8
half
hours
hour.
complete. As you complete your current lap, the result will be taken.
So yeah, the count lap is actually the one that counts.
So at the end of the 8-hour mark, Garbalowski for Conquest leads at 24 hours at Kyoto, and the points from that helps extend Conquest number 8's championship lead. We'll cover exactly what the points are fairly soon, but it's for certain that they've extended their lead. Same in GT2 for the number 52 Last Night Motorsports machine. They are championship leaders and they are leading this race.
Yeah, but pitting. Don't take any more risks than necessary. And as the timing line goes across the pit line, and they cross the timing line before going into the pit stall, they also, yeah, their result is actually taken from just before the pit stop, so
But well, they're still ahead of the 66 car when they crossed the start line. Did you see?
no, certainly not.
As we say, the official classification at 8-hour mark will be out in the near future.
Yeah, it won't be early 2009, I promise.
Let's hope not.
As for now, we've got a 2-class affair in the GT1 class. We've got those 3 cars on the lead lap and the other 3 cars off the lead lap. And those 2 classes within the class are producing some racing every now and then. probably number 55 is going to do a pit stop soon. Guschi, I think, just joined the server. After the pit stop of Remke Mayor, we've got Kali Winkler in the lead of the GT2s. He shares that car with Blom, Leibniz, Littriello, Kistner, and Barbosa. And yeah, it's this art car actually. I think it's really a fitting name for this car. It looks really good. And although I declared it to have the least visible number board on the skin, it's still pretty reasonable compared to things I've seen over the last few years. As we've said, ASEC Sports in the pit lane. Or as we thought. Also, and now in the car where Kingsbury in the 62. He took over from Cameron. Kevin Loy takes over. We had a timeout by Matthias Fiesler. And I still can't remember of another timeout by him, so... That's really some rare thing to see. Cross country driven by former Concept Racing teammate Lars Willensek. Onto the apron. And there we go, into the pit lane. 80 kilometers per hour, just under 50 miles per hour, the speed limit. Another car in the pits is Slotev for Fast and Crazy Sim Sports. And off goes Fast and Crazy. Already on the exit apron as Kevin Loy. As you might remember, he's doing some streaming. He's doing the streaming on www.hitbox.tv/Troy. Where you can see a nice onboard and, well, him hanging behind the wheel and trying to get around the track as fast as possible.
And perhaps with a cat.
And perhaps a cat is coming. You'll never know. The famous Loy cats are always a factor in his racing. But he also says it might be not as exciting as usually as, well, he doesn't have to use the H-shift, oh my god.
H-shifter.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Katila leaving the pits for number 61, taking over car after the pit stop. So World Class lines are back on track. Due to the beginning pit cycle, they are listed to be and on the lead lap. They will probably cycle out. And now we've got the results at the 8-hour mark. GT1, Conquest Racing in front of Inex and Friends, Genuine Racing, Infinity Esports, Genuine Racing, and Last Lap Motorsports. The first Genuine Racing is the number 9, the second the number 29.
29.
29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29. 29 So, in this order, they are awarded half points. And plus 1 point for pole position, which goes to number 01. And for the highest climber, 2 additional points are awarded. Same for GT2s. There we've got Last Lap Motorsports in front of Core Racing and Savage Sim Sports. In 4th place, Fast and Crazy. 5th, Team Virus. 6th, Mafia Racing. 7th, World Class Lines. 8th, ASEX. 9th, Last Lap Motorsports. 10th, Scuderia Gas Racing Team. And 11th, Absolute Beginners. The cars running at the 8-hour mark. And scoring in this order. Garbolowski gave the car over to to Geider, who's now doing his stint. Also the 71, that's Scuderia Gas Racing Team, did a pit stop. Yeah, those 2 pit stops we have missed during reading out the 8-hour results. Sean Lyddon joins the server to take over the number 6. There it comes in. This pretty much all black car. Just with different shades of grey over it. And slowly we are starting to have the night shift of everyone here. Seeing that Fildeus is joining the server for administration duties. And yeah. Also joining the server for the 69. Currently driven by Minio. Which is Mafia Racing, so the Argentinian team. Well, not entirely Argentinian. We've got also one driver from Uruguay on that squad. Jumping on board with Kevin Roy, it's about what you see on his stream as well. Though I must say his delay is pretty little compared to ours on the stream. It's just about a second. Wow, that's astonishing. So, under that chromo tire badged bridge, which is not chromo tire badged in this pack, we're running for this race. Yeah, through the empty section here, and down to that spoon corner. Which actually starts to lead you back to the oval. A double left, which is more like a hairpin, and a right-left chicane, and then you're back on start and finish. A more detailed track description can be found on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/ NDRLFS. With kind commentary of our race director Jonathan Palmer. Pit stops upcoming for the 73, which caused some yellow flags here. The absolute beginners cars. So there comes the 73 into the lane. '25 also in pit lane. Burnout doing a second stint. There comes Cully Winkler to give the 66 to the Skinner of this car. To Christian Kistner. I just got the news that while we still have to wait for City Liga to relaunch, the Burnout crew started their own Liga called the Village Liga to just cut short the time for time of waiting. It's going to feature a round of Fox at Aston Club, RB4 at Blackwood Rallycross, and FXR at Kyoto National. So this track the other way around, and a car we don't see on the grid today. The races will be at Monday, February 17th, February 24th and March 3rd. Each race takes 60 minutes and it all starts with qualifying at 19:15 UTC. For everyone who wants to sign up for that, go to the website of the Burnout Crew. That's burnoutcrew.net, and go to the forum. It's all in German, but I guess you'll find some helping hand to guide you through that if you want to participate. Stuart Baker's doing some laps in the pit lane to swap driver. And also to fill up the car, it seems. Did quite some laps in the safety car today, so we're watching the safety car pit stop here. And Phil Diaz is taking over from Stuart Baker for the night shift of safety carring. Not sure if Phil knows he's on stream and celebrates it by waving. No need for tire warming in the safety mode. Current race leader is Conquest Racing. your fastest lap by Isaac Price. It's 1:34.31. Pit stop upcoming for Genuine Racing. Dominik Engel joins the server. And while Dominik Engel is joining, Maro Engel leads the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Just a little coincidence. Into pit lane, braking to just be under 80 kph at the line, but rather be safe than sorry, so better to cross the line with 60 kph than with 81. Pit box found. Now the car works are being done. And Dom is off and going. Slight cosmetical damage on the right, seems to be from hitting the wall on the exit of the infield section. And back is Genuine Racing, the car number 9, now driven by Dominik Engel, who's been commentating for a couple of hours. Who's left us 1 hour ago. And if you wonder, Steve is, well, at least as tired as me, I guess.
It's fair to say that's likely, yes.
So it's not been too much talking here in the last half an hour. Yeah, we'll be shortly handing over the microphone to others. I think the next ones will be our race director, Jonathan Palmer, taking the microphone to commentate, and I've heard that Sean Lyddon is also joining him later on when he's out of the car, and so much fresher commentators and much more enthusiasm probably will be in place for the next couple of hours. Jumping on board with Dom. I'd surprise meanwhile with another fastest lap. 1:34.26. A sign that he's at the end of his stint. And so it seems as Robin Frischkopf is joining the server. Through the final chicane, diving to the inside of the G2 car, but staying out for another lap. The car with the number 1 on the side of it. Crossing start finish. Currently second overall, behind the old Polish team of Conquest, of Gablowski, Dashkevich, Gaida, Gioba, Gotzelani and Goik. Oh no, they're currently ahead of them because because the Conquest car has been in the pit lane just a couple of minutes ago. Well, 28 minutes. Yeah. I've been looking on the wrong track. That's a good end of it. Pit lane time for the number 1 on the front bumper. Our camera is mounted. Isaac Price will jump out of the car, Robin Frischkopf in. And they go out of the pit lane. now I look at the Core Racing 66. And thereby now starting to hand over the whole stream to Jonathan Palmer, who's already with us here in the booth.
I come bearing championship news.
Ooh.
After 1/3 distance, 8 hours of 24. In the GT1 class, Conquest Racing has a 23-point lead. And considering there is 25 plus 12.5 points available, plus 2 points for highest climber, plus actually 4 total because it's 2 at the 16-hour mark, 2 more at the 24-hour mark. Unless Conquest has a major issue, which pretty much it would take a DNF from them for them to lose the championship. It looks like it'll be Conquest Racing. Winning Genuine Racing should be in second. NX Racing and Friends will be back down. They're in 9th right now, but as the race goes on, they're going to overtake Nitro Velox and Core Racing, who are not here. They'll be at least 6th. Conquest Racing's second entry, card 7, isn't here, so they may even take over them. It is 21 points between NX and Friends and Conquest Racing, so that will probably be closed up. Infinity Esports 5th, so they'll all kind of hop up, including. So basically, what's going to happen is NX, Last Lap Motorsports, Infinity, Genuine Racing number 29 are going to leap the second Conquest Racing. So all the cars that aren't participating this round are going to drop behind all the cars that are participating this round. It's going to be among them. Where it says Genuine's number 20, the second entry, Infinity, LLM, and NX may shuffle among themselves in GT1 based on how they finish. In GT2, it's a little closer. LLM car 52, 11 points ahead of Team Virez, 20 points ahead of Savage, and 25 ahead of Iron Club. I think we can pretty safely say that Savage, with their timeout, could be out of it, but with them still being on the lap, they're all on the same lap. Those top 3. Iron Club obviously retired, so they're not in it any longer. And they're still close between FNC, SimSport, and ASEX. It's basically whoever finishes. If ASEX can finish a couple 3 positions ahead of FNC, they may leap them. Points are available on the NDR forum, on the LFS forum, if you want to look a little further in yourself. 25 points for the full points for the win, 12.5 for the half points, obviously. Lyddon in the Infinity Esports car, being chased by the number 29 Gen R car of Runtala. By the way, Steve and Thilo, also a big thanks to you for carrying the stream for the first 8.5 hours before I could get in. It'll be me for a little while. Well, when Sean gets out of the car in about an hour, I believe, be me and him. A few hours, obviously, before, or several hours, I should say, before the Europeans rejoin us in the morning. And again, it'll still be bright day here in LFS, as LFS has no day-night today. Anything you'd like to say before you part for the night, Steve and Thilo?
Well, I want to wish you watching the stream and you commentating on the stream and more interesting night shift, and let's hope for the best.
Thanks for those who've watching. Thanks to Thilo, Dom, Oscar, who have commentated so far, and good luck, have fun to Jonathan and Co during the night.
Yeah. Good night.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
Steve. Good night, Thilo. See you in a few hours. So if you give me just a minute, I'm going to try and get TV Director working with onboards and other things. Because I know how we all like to see some onboard action from time to time here. Take a look at our current second place car in the GT2 class, Last Lap Motorsports. They are showing first of all the GT2 cars in LFS. However, due to timeouts and varying other things, Team Vira's car 54, currently being driven by Adam Wisniewski, is the class leader. He timed out several hours ago, just after part of Finland had some connection issues. Not sure what that issue was. They were all in the same zone area of Finland, we presume. Tala for Genuine Racing heading off, and the final infield section turns 9 and 10. Matt Kingsbury connecting to take over from Brother Ray. GT2 class leader has timed out again. Wisniewski again timing out. That gifts Nathan Lamont and LLM the class lead once again. I don't recall where Wisniewski was when he timed out. Last update of the tracker had him in the third sector. He may have done it just after the start-finish line. If that is where he did it, that's lucky. He will be losing lots of time. Tommy Oscard enters the server to take over that car once he'll get his setup and everything selected. Again, a massive blow for number 54. Wisniewski's previous timeout coming just over an hour and a half, or excuse me, just over 2.5 hours into the race. Nine hours gone of 24. And onboard's finally working. Let's go on board for a lap with Christian Kistner in the core racing machine. Turn 1, oval turn 1, it's just a simple corner. You gotta keep it flat out, keep it off the apron, keep it nice and steady. Turn 2, a very tricky turn. You gotta come off the oval. The road tightens. You have the wide oval. You come into the tight. The infield is about half the width of the oval. You can go from 6 or 7 wide, and you have to squeeze it down to probably 2 or 3 wide to get in there. Once you hit turn 3, you don't really have any choice except to go single file through there. 5 and 6, that right-left switchback, pretty easy. Turn 7, nope. This turn 7 and turn 8 here. On the exit, there is absolutely zero curb to help you on the exit. You have to keep it tight. Otherwise, you can run off really easily. It'll cause you a spin. It'll just pull you off, snag you, head in. Turns 9 and 10, double left-hander, tucked to the inside. Each one hit each apex. Wide gravel trap on the outside. Big dips in the deck can catch anyone. 11 and 12 brings you back onto the oval. Watch out for the wall on the outside. If you whack that hard enough, it will give you some damage. And oval turn 3, it's tighter than oval turn 1. Each oval turn is a different banking and a different radius and a totally different characteristic. Oval turn 3 has got a significant bump kind of in the middle of it that can usurp you if you don't hit it exactly right. Kink, you got to worry about that inside wall on the kink. You can sometimes misjudge. It's essentially the same color. You don't always notice where it is especially if you get tired or you're just not focusing. You lose your focus for a second. You can misjudge where it is. You can whack it. Big slipstreaming opportunities into here, what we've seen earlier in the race and what we'll see throughout the rest of the race. Drivers will wait on the oval. They'll back off once they've got the slipstream, once they know they got the slipstream, back on off so they keep the slipstream, but don't use it all to minimize the chance that the car they're trying to overtake has to overtake. This curve here, turn 4 on the inside, it's a steep curve. XRs like this one Kistner is in. High center of gravity, if you hit that right, it'll tip over into the gravel trap on the outside. No one is yet in the race. All the safety cars have been for cars in the gravel or heavily damaged. We had the big wreck. Kistner was involved in the big wreck earlier here. Started between car 52 Slip Motorsports car 78, Infinity Esports GT2, they have since retired. They ran out of fuel during that safety car, forgot to fuel up with their pit stops. Then 9, 10, 11, 12. Turn 11, the right-hander here, this curb. It's got a little bit of a bug. It's the physics think that the curb's a little higher than it actually is. If you hit it the right way, it'll snag you, it'll spin you. So what Kistner would do if he had a car ahead of him and he had the draft? He would probably just kind of let off the gas, so he's still giving it power to keep in the draft. He'd be keeping the draft, but he wouldn't be overtaking it, because if he overtakes here, if he overtakes like right now, he'd get the draft, he'd go around the outside, he'd overtake him going into turn 1. Entire turn 1 here, that car behind would get the draft, and he could make a move going into turn 2. So that's why you wait to make the move until going into here. So you make it going into here, and you can kind of cut them off and hope maybe disturb their airflow. Turn 3 right here, got a buggy curb. We've seen a couple cars snagged by that during the race. Split 1 here, he gets a 130, 135. GT2s will always be in the 140s or so. Right, lower 140s at the end of the stint, 141s even maybe at the beginning of the stint. Kistner is about halfway through his stint here. Really 5, 6, and 7 are really fairly easy corners as long as you hit the marks. Turn 8, long 180-degree corner. It's a fast and flowing track. Not much mechanical grip needed except the corners coming into and out of the infield, as you're basically turning 180 degrees to come back in or out of the infield. It's a very fast track. High downforce. Well, you kind of want high downforce for the infield section, but you want as low as possible. You're going to run kind of a middle downforce, so you have low enough to be really fast on the oval. So he's about 1:26 on this lap when he comes into the oval. His lap time, he's going to be right around a 140 and change. So he's 140.92, so that's about 14 seconds before he crosses the line on the lap on the oval. And you're flat out when you come back on. So let's go, we got about 14, 15 seconds plus. We're now at 15, we're at 16, we're at 17, so 20 to 30 to 35 seconds flat out. That's 30 to 35 seconds. You're going 230, 50 kilometers an hour. You want low downforce for that, so you go faster, but you want to go as fast as you can through these infield corners. This complex here, 5 and 6, they're kind of negligible for either. They're just really kind of a simple, long, fast switchback. 7 here, that's one that you want that high downforce so you can take it flat out, but again, you have to watch the grass on the exit. It's a really fast flowing track. It's got some good reviews so far in the race. I'll let you have a couple laps on board with Kistner. Of course, as I've been talking about all that, TV director switched to something else on me. Brilliant application. On board Engel as he navigates some lapped traffic. Just over 9 hours, 9 minutes gone in the run. Dom just been overtaken by, or just with his teammate Antti Volta. Volta is behind the 09 car. And if the team is in communication, they'll might let him know that his team car is coming up on him. And I want to get out of the way just a little quicker. Don't forget, you're watching the New Dimension Racing GT World Series season finale. The 24 hours of Kyoto from Kyoto National Reversed. John Palmer with you with 9 hours, 10 minutes gone. Just under 14 hours, 50 minutes remaining. It's been been a disappointing turnout for the race. Overall, we have 17 cars left, but it's looking like we're going to have a decent championship show in the GT2 class. We've had a decent show overall so far. Conquest Racing, Damien Geishner in the lead overall, in the lead of the championship. NX Racing 17 seconds behind with a chance to catch. Joining me back in the commentary box, a familiar voice from earlier on in the run, Oscar Hardwick, back from some personal business, including a race in R Factor. Welcome back, Mr. Hardwick. In what?
Game stock car. That's where I was racing.
Oh, that was
R Factor. Well, it's basically R Factor, only it feels a lot better to drive.
Oh, okay. So how'd you go then?
Pretty well. 2 races, 2nd and 4th, so I'll take that. Probably a little less stressful for me than it's been for some of these guys. I've heard that there have been a number of connection issues, particularly for the finish, who are experiencing a storm at the moment.
Yes, a winter storm, I believe, is what it is over there.
Yeah, we've got gale force winds here where I'm at, west coast of England.
But of course it never gets cold because you're always getting the Gulf Stream.
Yeah, very true. It's not freezing here, whereas I imagine where those guys are, it's getting towards chilly, if not a bit further.
Yep. Just a few minutes ago we had Adam Wisniewski timeout again, while Team Virus have been leading in the GT2 class, which is not at all helping them in their championship battle with Last Lap Motorsports. By the way, Last Lap Motorsports, a brilliant bit of strategy play as we came to the 8-hour mark. Remember, points at 8 hours and 6 hours, half points at each point. LLM stretched, they took the risk to stretch their laps so they would be in the lead at the 8-hour mark. They crossed the start-finish line just over a second and a half before second place Core Racing did, which gave them the lead at that point while they were in pit lane.
Yeah, which, given the points that are available for people throughout the race, not just at the end, really worth doing to actually, and you see it in the real world as well when they do similar things with points at different hour marks, that the strategy is built to those hours until you're heading to the end. And it's a fantastic move and shows some real intelligence from the guys behind the scenes at LLM.
Yep. Bit of a battle forming on track here. Last lap Motorsports Kevin Loy is just under 2 seconds behind Christian Kistner. Both looking like they're on similar pit times. Well, actually, Savage had a pit stop an hour ago. Kevin Loy in the car, so he may be pitting anytime soon. But again, if they've closed that gap to a second, so if they can keep inching it out as Kevin Loy comes into the pits. Yeah, we mentioned earlier, we'll mention again, it's a long pit entry and pit exit. GT2s can take it flat. They've got that a little less power, so they don't get as much speed as we have in car 71 slow with a right front puncture in turn 3 as Kevin Loy comes into the pits.
I left with the Scuderia Gas Racing team having a puncture, and I've come back to one.
Yep, so it's a right front, and considering most of the corners on this track are left hand, I'll have to be very careful on the left hand corners. They won't get as much help turning there. Fortunately, one of the big gravel traps is on a right-hander, and we have a car off at turn 12, 50. ASEX just having a little bit, perhaps, mucked about a bit by the famous buggy curb.
Oh, that may have been long-standing damage, though. I'm just not quite sure.
Or just whacking the wall on the outside.
Yeah, it's done fairly severe.
Oh, 71's gone off into the gravel at turn 10. Kept the momentum, kept it out. XRRs get
71 front right puncture.
Gravel traps anywhere here.
Yeah, most common cause of safety cars, I would imagine, in these long distance races is the turbo car getting itself stuck in the gravel traps.
Of course, if we had the other turbo car, the bus, the FXR, it's got 4-wheel drive, it would just basically have enough torques to get itself out. So 71 makes it back to the pit lane. 3 safety cars while you were gone, Oscar.
The 3?
Yes. And one was caused by your teammate, Jarl Tyen, being slightly self-entertaining. So you know how the end of the pit wall here, if you hit it at the right, as 71 misses a pit box, you know how the end of the pit wall sometimes catapults cars if you hit it?
Yes.
Arox drove straight into it.
Oh, well, that's an interesting strategy call.
So he landed in pit lane. Your teammate Nielsen came in, took over the car. Arox, in his infinite wisdom, didn't have damage repair on.
Wow.
So Nielsen is left with 2 front dampers that are fully broken. Luckily the front splitter wasn't scraping the ground. Both rear tires, 45 degrees off, but symmetrically. So they're kind of in a V. So he's got a drivable car that's symmetrically damaged, so it's not really biasing either way. It's just going to drive like a cow.
As Kevin Loy makes his way past Toth on track. And that damage obviously affecting Toth's pace and ability at the moment.
Yeah, about halfway on the right front damper. Yeah, just a little below half on the right front damper. But other than the second safety car is immediately after the first one went back green. Bit of aggro between your team car number 78, which retired because it ran out of fuel during the safety car. Yeah, well, and they were slightly demotivated, so like 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, they're not my team, by the way. I'm no longer with Infinity.
Oh, you're not?
Used to be.
Okay, well.
But I made the full-time move to other sims, whereas they didn't, so...
Slash not yet.
Slash not yet. Depends how long Live for Speed has got left in it. Poor thing.
Excellent. So Nielsen and Lagukas, I think that's what his name is. Let me check the tracker. Just the guy's name. Vitalis Lagukas, the Lithuanian in the LLM car at the time, and Matthias Nielsen have a little bit of aggro on the restart. Turn 4, really much room left between the two. They have avoidable contact as judged by the admins. Turn 5 and 6, they have a little more avoidable contact as judged by the admins. And in turn 8, car 52 goes up the inside and smash. 78 stuck in the beach right on the edge. He just didn't keep the momentum going. He was beached. 52 kept going on. Several other cars involved in the incident. And LLM earned a stop-go penalty for their troubles.
Yeah, as is normally the case in these long races on restarts, a couple of people will get a bit flustered and make a silly move, put themselves in harm's way, and it just leads to avoidable incidents and drive-throughs.
So while we were yabbering on about things that your X team did, NX Racing taking the lead on pit stops, they are half hour out of sync with Conquest. Infinity Esports Racing, driven by our old friend, the Scouser Sean Lyddon, should be due for a pit stop any time now. It's been about an hour since their last. It's been about 14 minutes since the last for Genuine Racing 29 and 38 minutes since the last for Genuine Racing 9. Timeouts affecting several cars, pretty much all of them having finished drivers who were in the car at the time. In the second hour, even the third hour actually, kind of second into third hour of the race, seems to be some Finns had connection issues. Not sure if it was a provider issue or a regional issue. It was not a good time to have a Finn in your car.
No, I can't remember if it was, must have been 2011, 2012. In the Kyoto 500, there was a point at which every UK driver
On
who had Virgin Media went at once, myself included.
Yeah, and then I think about that happened earlier in the race, and a little later, 4 drivers from differing parts of the world timed out all at the same time.
I guess that one was a little more server related then, as opposed to internet provider related.
Well, that's the assumption when it's multiple people from differing parts of the world. Sorry, Oscar, Phil Diaz is not here to talk. He's here to listen in case something should happen that requires a safety car. So as we are heading into the small hours of the night, it is just about 1:30 a.m. in the UK, about 2:30 in the Central European time zone. Coming up on 8:30 on the east coast of the United States of America. And the unfortunate thing is, LFS does not have day-night day cycling, so it's always broad daylight here at LFS, and that's kind of one of the things I think most of us miss out of LFS endurance racing.
Would be lovely if we got a bit of night time, wouldn't it?
And rain.
Rain
And
would be
snow.
good. And snow.
Actually, in the forecast for Kyoto, Japan this week, it was 2 to 5 inches of snow before race time, so we'd have to plow the track off before we started racing.
I was going to say that would somewhat limit the racing line.
So we'd plow the entire track and the pit apron, but what would happen is if you went off into the grass, it'd be a big, huge mountain of snow that you'd run into. It'd cushion the impact of the wall.
True. It might get lost though.
Nah. So Sean Lyddon carrying on for another lap. Completed 341 laps of the run so far. Sean
Lyddon
puts it off as Jacob Cooper Blue Flame comes in to take over for Sean. Sean will join us in the commentary box after he gets a little rest. I should hope he takes a little
nice
rest.
hot drinking side, I might imagine, after a long run.
He's done a couple hours. So we usually, in LFS, 24-hour races are usually on the longer tracks, like Falkenberg Black, the classic Aston Grand Prix, which is the longest track in Live for Speed, if for those who don't know that. Or Kyoto, like last year, Kyoto Grand Prix long with the Boothie chicane. But with only 21 cars starting and 17 left, I think it's kind of a good idea we chose this shorter 5.138 kilometer Kyoto National Reversed, wouldn't you say, Oscar?
I'd certainly agree with that. It means that you get, the cars meeting each other a bit more frequently on track, and that was a very late entry to pit lane there for Sean Lyddon.
That was very close to spinning while he wanked the wheel sideways in. And of course, you've got to just really low it down from about 170 kilometers an hour down to 0.
We've actually had a spinner going into pit lane, actually, in the background. Who's that?
That's Mafia Racing. Crosa,
right puncture, that's why.
Yep, right front puncture.
And we saw earlier that
Christian Crosa. Now, puncture may have happened when he was spinning. He was trying to brake, punctured. It's one thing about this pit lane. When you're coming in the way we are, you've got a longer bit of straight area for you to brake on. When we're coming in the normal KY2 direction, speed limit starts pretty much right after the exit of the corner, so you have to start slowing down on the turn.
Yeah, and obviously that would probably cause quite a few issues if tyres were going there, because you may well have the car understeer off and miss the pit lane entry if you got a puncture entering from the other direction.
And claim the poor person coming back onto or still on the track. Rob Falkenberg in Absolute Beginners, coming towards the end of his stint in the car. Or at least this particular stint. I'm not sure if someone will be taking over from him. Absolute Beginners running 10th in class. It's been 57 minutes since they last pit. Absolute Beginners have been a team that we don't see much of at the top, but they do try to run very consistently, and they're generally a good team to have in the series.
Well, any team, no matter how fast or slow, that can drive consistently and drive well, give racing room, and go for a move when it presents itself as an opportunity. And particularly in endurance racing, that's quite a rare thing to come by when you put so many different people in one car. But you do get teams, Absolute Beginners and a few others out there, that really just throw together such a nice package to see on track for races like this, and it's a joy to have them involved.
We had a few good full grids earlier in the season, but as the races got longer and school holidays and everything ended, participation kind of declined, which is kind of unfortunate to the series, but
well, I've certainly seen worse grid sizes for a 24-hour race. Or worse remaining ones, anyway, after a certain number of hours.
Ray Kingsbury tells me in the IRC that my self-pity meter is quite high right now. No, it's not a self-pity. I don't really care right now. I've got to do the race still. And as the song goes, I'll sleep when I'm dead. So once he activates his mic, I think we'll talk to him. As he's just come out of the Infinity Esports car, everyone's favorite Scouser, as it were. Sean Lyddon, just out of the Infinity Esports GT1 machine. Sean, welcome.
Thank you. Hello.
So he's volunteered to come in with us for a couple 3 hours, since he doesn't have to drive for a while. Sean, first off, how was your stint?
That was probably the the most exciting one of the day. The first two were just boring. I didn't really see any of the GT ones. But I had a nice battle with one of the genuine racing cars and Robin as well. Shame about the bump though.
Do you have any problems with lapping or anything out there?
No, GT1's very compliant. They all seem to be giving the GT1s the room instead of us waiting.
And of course it helps having a fairly wide and fast track where the speed difference really comes into play. Very few slow corners where the speeds stay matched.
Yep.
It's always a tearjerker when you see the GT1 cars coming up on GT2s at Fern Bay. You just know that there's going to be something go wrong at some point.
And in an apparent brief fit of magic, Team Virus, even after having that second time out, currently, even if by way of perhaps the pitting sequence, currently in the race lead with 9.5 hours gone. You know, still with over 14 hours to go, we do have to remember that anything can still happen here.
And Live for Speed 24-hour race, anything probably will happen at some point or another. And if we've not had a car upside down yet, that's another one to tick off the bucket list before the end.
The race doesn't really start until 8 hours left or so. That's when the chase begins.
And we had a race earlier this season, South City race, come down to a last couple lap shootout, which I shall remind everyone viewing that car 54, the Team Virus car, ended on its side, didn't take the checker flag, but still finished third because they had a 1.5 lap lead over everyone when they retired. And it took only 2 more laps to finish by the time they were unable to keep progressing forward on the track. One of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen in LFS.
So very impressive to have built up a lead of that margin in what would appear to be the more popular class.
I think it's kind of what we've seen lately in LFS is most, if not all, most of the top drivers have gone off to the other sims, be it iRacing, R-Factor, whatever. What's left are people who've never really been there, never really had the ability to kind of shadow and follow and chase those fast people and push them. So the people who come back are there. And when they come back, they're so much faster than everyone else because everyone else hasn't had that chance to follow them, isn't up to that level. So if you get someone who is at that level, you can really get a big distance.
Prime example of that is in X Racing. Like, they've been mind-blowing today.
X Racing currently in the lead overall. Matt Kingsbury. Car 62 off, coming back onto the oval, perhaps snagging the buggy curb into a spin. Some hot rear tires on there. Robin Friskop's at the wheel currently of the NX Racing machine. Alan Zubia behind the wheel of the Conquest Racing machine.
They seem to be the most consistent now on the field at the moment.
Genuine Racing, Dominik Engel in the car there. Jacob Cooper in 4th for Infinity Sports in the car. Anti-Volta in for Genuine Racing, number 29. LM25, Matthews Bernat in the machine. Tommy Osgard in the 54 machine for Team Virus. Christian Kistner currently in for Core Racing. Leslie Schwartz, Laitautas Lagukas in the machine for LM number 52. Kevin Loy in the Savage car. Velinioff in the FNC Sim Sports car. Johnny Katia in the World Class Lions car. Marcos Fontana in the Mafia Racing car. Levante Toth in the ASEX number 55 car. Matt Kingsbury in the number 62 LLM machine. Daniel Revega in the Absolute Beginners FZR, the only FZR in the GT2 field today. Adrian Flores in the Scuderia Gas Racing Team. 17 cars on the track right now. Retirements. Tavares retired earlier in the race after being stuck in the gravel. Matthias Nielsen retired for Infinity Esports. Iron Club retired earlier. And Core Racing, the first retirement of the race. So when you only have 21 cars starting, 4 retirements does really thin out the field.
Does indeed, but it also means that more people are going to be scoring good points and almost acts as an incentive for other teams to try and keep themselves in it no matter how far back they fall.
I was just disappointed in the confirmations for the GT1 field. There's 6 teams, wasn't really hopeful for the race to make an interesting race, should I say.
But you know, I wouldn't have minded just 6 teams if they would have been close. But because you know, we pretty much knew that without some catastrophe, NX Racing would just blow everyone out of the water, and it would be everyone else fighting for the scraps. They've had a timeout. They're in a little bit of strife with that. But I think if their pace keeps up as time goes on, I think we'll see them take the lead again. Outright.
I mean, if you look at the fastest laps, Isaac pulled out half a second over the second fastest. Pretty impressive.
Friskop's coming in negotiating some GT2 cars as he heads into turn 1. So before Oscar and Sean came back, I tried to spout some crap myself, pretending I know what I'm talking about. Let's go to some people who've actually driven this track before and kind of know what goes into a setup. Was I correct when I said that this is more so kind of a low to mid downforce track, because you've got those fast turns that you want to be fast through and keep the aero grip? You got so few mechanical grip corners here, but that long time on the oval, you don't want to let downforce on.
Yeah, sounds about right to me, and I'd imagine Sean would agree on that one. It's actually the decision the teams make to go medium or low downforce. So very frequently here you can see cars that are normally considered slow in a straight line being very fast in a straight line because the team's gone for a low downforce option over a high downforce or a higher downforce option. It still won't be high. But yeah, you're completely right in that aspect, I think.
Sean?
Yeah, completely. Like, for us in the FZR, it's just about trying to find that limit on the low downforce to keep the straight line speed around the oval section, because the top end speed of the XRR is naturally faster anyway, but it's equally as fast in the middle sector because there's no real slow corners except for that last sector.
Jacob Cooper back into the pits for...
Yeah, he had a
Infinity
big contact with the outside wall in the second to last corner, and I imagine it damaged the right side suspension and camber to an extent that the handling and the tyres and whatnot just wouldn't have been worth running with for the Austin that he would have had planned.
If you give me a minute, I'll find out.
Matt Kingsbury has clipped the buggy curb at turn 11 again and spun as we see him grab first gear and go again. He's having some grief on this stint. Looks like he's going to come into the pit lane this time, maybe unhappy with setup conditions or so. It's only been 36 or 7 minutes since his last stop. That left rear tire is screaming for some relief.
Yeah, well, on the right side of the car's not looking particularly happy either.
Genuine Racing Team cars close together in the last infield bit. Of course, Dominik Engel a lap ahead of the number 29 machine.
Surely it'd be worth Dom just letting the second genuine racing car go at this stage.
Actually, looks like Dom is faster by just a little bit. Top 3 and GT1 are all on the lead lap. And we will see Dom Engel coming into the pits soon. Ray Kingsbury back into the car, taking over from Matt Kingsbury. Dom, 57 minutes since his last stop. Those tires look healthy for another probably 3 or 4 laps, I would posit.
I'd say a lot more.
XRR, less fuel and can stretch the tires longer per stint, right?
Yeah. I think they gain about 5 or 6 seconds during the pit stop. Roughly.
5 or 6 seconds per pit stop can be quite big over the course of a 24-hour race. You don't always see it as pronounced in the shorter 6 or less hour race, but when you get into the 10, 12, 24 range, that's when you start getting enough instances of it happening that it can really show. Of course, get a safety car nullifies all of that, but if you've done it right and you've got the pace, you may have a lap on your competitors anyway.
It's 5 seconds of pit stop and you're doing 21-22 pit stops over a race distance. That's going to work out to about 2 minutes by the end of the race. So well over a lap gained just through those 5 seconds in the pit stop for the XRR teams.
Especially if you can make those tires last a bit longer, you'll always be missing a few pit stops as well through strategy.
Yeah. At which point you're gaining just lumps of 40-50 seconds whilst the FZR has to crawl through pit lane. Two genuine racing cars even closer together now, and they're approaching our GT2 leader, which is Tommy Ostgaard in the Team Virus car. As Dominik Engel taps the wall.
Seems like Dom's a little bit off pace compared to the second genuine racing car. Nonetheless, he's a lap or 2 ahead, I'm not really sure.
It's a lap ahead at the moment, I think.
Got Kevin Loy in the Savage Sim Sports car, pitted 10 laps later than LLM 52. 2.5 seconds, just over, actually 2 3/4 seconds behind the Savage car. LLM coming into into oval turn 3. Kevin Loy midway through it as LLM exits. So again, 3 safety cars in the first third of the race. That's 1 more than we were on at the same point last year. First one, perhaps, sort of unnecessary. Third one, kind of nullified as soon as we deployed it, after Wojciech disconnected.
Yeah, looks like Walter's got the run on Dom to unlock himself.
Yeah, look, Engel's not going to fight it. As I thought, there's just no reason for Dominik to be having his mirrors filled with any other car at the moment. Better for him to just turn consistent laps, even if they are a little bit slower than the sister car. He's in a strong position and he's going to want to hold on to it.
Something to look out for as well within the next hour, next pit stops is, as we were talking before about the XLR gaining 5-6 seconds during the pit stop. Conquest are only about 13 seconds up the road from Dom, so headed on a pace on the end of this stint, and the pit stops he could be right behind him after Conquest come out.
It looks like, well, Conquest, quite a while until they need to pit, but Dominik's going to have to pit very soon, as are the guys at Inex, with Friskops currently at the wheel.
Yeah, just keep an eye out for that one.
Again, it's so difficult to call in these sort of middle hours of as Engel makes another little mistake there. Difficult to call in these middle hours of such a long distance race as to what the outcome will be with strategy and who will be where on track in terms of track position when it really counts.
Just also looking back to the battle for second, actually, correction, third in GT2. Lugukas just with a 108.02 split to 108.15 for Kevin Loy. Look off the front bumper of Kevin Loy's car. That one spot just in the distance is the LLM car. And if Loy can keep the pace up, he might catch them before. If he can keep a pace up, he might be able to catch them before the next pit stops. 141.32 last lap for Loy, but a 140.97, so almost just over 3/10 off on that lap. Traffic just ahead. Loy is ahead of traffic. He's got a GT2 or a GT1, excuse me, coming up behind soon. And that's another thing that everyone's got to contend with is the lap rate. The GT2s have got to contend with the GT1s and vice versa. And of course, GT2s have got to contend with the other GT2s that may not be on the same pace as they.
And there's so many variables come into the lapping process and your lines that you take on a consistent basis when you're running different classes. And particularly at this stage in the race for so many European drivers, their eyes are going to be getting a little tired and their brains a little slow and cloudy, so I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing little bits of contact between the GT1s and GT2s when it comes to lapping in the near future, because it's getting to that time of night where it's going to happen.
I'm going on 10.5 hours of being awake. Some of the others I can imagine may have taken the same sort of sleep until close to the start of the race. One of these, if you stay up the entire race, more power to you. Welcome. That's the Sticks in Your Eyes Club.
Yeah, a tricky club to be a part of, and not one that I intend on being a part of today, as we have just had
Sissy.
Lots of coffee, that's the one.
Oh, coffee doesn't even taste nice. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, but it doesn't.
Looking up ahead of LLM, they are closing in on Christian Kistner of Core Racing, so LLM might get into second place in class. Last lap for Core Racing was a 141.95 compared to a 140.73, so LLM just eating a second out of the last lap.
Also got Nops entering the game to presumably take over from Dominik Engel in a lap or so's time.
Kistner ahead of
Oh, goes wide.
yeah, also Burnett. LLM having a little has to take to the grass to get around Kistner. Not sure what that was about. Now, Lagugas just on the back bumper of Kistner under braking, closed a big gap through there. We'll have the draft on the straight. Kistner whacks the wall. Lagugas lets off the gas, tucks in right behind Kistner. We'll have the draft. Stays a little wide, doesn't want the draft, and doesn't want to get the overtake early. Kistner pulls up to try and maybe rope him into getting the draft. Lagugas again lets off the gas. Past the front straightaway another time. Lagugas has the run. He goes around the outside. Looks to probably will use that longer way around, cut in, and try to get the run down to the inside. Kistner takes a defensive line into turn 1. Lagugas outside. Kistner drives in. He's still ahead as they head through turn 3 into the infield. Battling for second place in the GT2 class. Lagugas tires on the right-hand side over the curb on the exit. Gets a little grass on them. Falls back through turn 4 in the middle sector of the track. You don't want to be too close behind at turn 7. The arrow push will send you off into the grass if you're not careful. As Dominik Engel comes into the pits, Kistner taking a wide entry. Lagugas takes a tight entry. Mid-apex for Lagugas. Kistner takes a later apex. Down the long straightaway towards turns 9 and 10. On the brakes, Lagugas takes a big dive up the inside, halves the gap. Again, trying to be close enough as he comes off the corner. Who gets the better exit? Kistner gets a good one. Lagugas may have the draft just enough to have the tow. Looks like he does. He does. Has the tow. Tucks in. Will he back off again once he gets up on the back bumper of Kistner? Or will he make the move this time? He backs off. Bumps him just a little bit. The INSA map does not report the contact. There's another slight tap. Lagugas outside. Is he going to try the same thing he did last lap? Didn't work that time. Kistner again takes a defensive line. Lagugas brakes early. Does Kistner run wide? No.
This is letting Kevin Lloyd get right on the back. So, a three-way battle for second, almost 10 hours into the race. That would be pretty cool.
If Lagugas wants to make a time difference, he's got to run to the inside into turn 5, clips the sleeping policeman just barely, has to let back. Will he run wide with arrow push? Keeps it just tucked in. Looks to the left to turn 8. That's the outside. That's the long way around.
Here comes Kevin.
He's outside. Lloyd into the inside. In behind. If either of these have a contact, he can scoot right around and deliver a little thank you wave. Kistner takes a defensive line again. Lagugas clips the curb, gets a little loose. 10 hours into the 24 hours of Kyoto, 3 cars battling for second in the GT2 class.
I think Kevin's got the run on Lagugas. Yeah, he's got it.
Lloyd in the draft, pulls out to the right-hand side. He has the run. Will he cut in front? Nope. Lagugas still just barely inside. The inside, of course, the shorter way around. They'll be side by side. This will let Kistner pull away. Oh, and Lloyd and Lagugas both driving deep into the turn, almost with a chance of taking Kistner out. They stay side by side into the oval. Lagugas pulls out just ahead. Lloyd keeps it on the inside. He'll have the inside for turn 4. Both drivers leaving each other plenty of room. A gentleman's race right here. Turn 4 side by side. And Lagugas just clips the grass on the outside, drops behind. Lloyd charging to the front.
And all this fighting has given Kistner a bit of breathing room, and he can take a sigh of relief and keep his eyes on the road ahead as opposed to his mirrors for the first time in a few laps.
Manelinov for FMC Simsports is another lap behind these top few, so he can't gain a position from them battling. It's been 47 minutes since the last LLM pit stop, 25 since the last course stop, 37 since the last Savage stop. And Loy on a charge now as he's just out of heat peak. Kistner also just coming out of his. Loy may need another lap to get the draft of Kistner. Loy sets a 1:41.41. Kistner with a 1:41.59.
Loy really being aggressive with his lines through the oval, as those on a qualifying lap at the moment, really pushing himself to catch onto the back of Kistner, which is just about starting to do here.
Low really ringing, I think.
This being the closest action on track right now. As we come up to 10 hours complete in the race. Robin Friskops, overall leader, into the pits. Second place Conquest Racing in the end of the second sector. Loy should have the draft coming back onto the oval.
Not the exit he was hoping for.
Inex Racing will keep the outright lead after that pit stop. They are back on the track. They're back on out of the pit lane and picking up speed as Zumia for Conquest is exiting the infield section.
Just because he's asked me about 3 times. I'll give Mike from TC a little shout out. Sorry for interrupting, Deco. No, shut up, Mike.
Watching from the back of Kistner is Loy and Lagukas, who is close back on Loy, head into the infield another time. Team Vira is about 5 or 10 minutes away from another pit stop. Tommy Ostgaard at that car, 55 minutes since that last stop. In this picture you see back wing of Christian Kistner, second in GT2, third in GT2, Kevin Loy in the white and gray colored Savage car, and a little further back the orange and black LLM number 52 machine. Will Loy have that wisp of the draft? Kistner tries to jink out of the way. Loy taking a short line in.
Seems like he's missing out on about a 10th because after that double left-hander he's not moving wide enough for the entry into the chicane, so it looks like Christian's getting like a straighter line. That's why he's not on the back of him just yet.
LLM 10 minutes away from a stop. 10 to 15 away from a stop. 20 to 25 away from Kevin Loy.
Incoming Conquest and Genuine Racing. GT1's just behind.
still from the back of the core racing car. Zubia brings the Conquest car through this battle. Also, the Genuine Racing car comes through. Genuine Racing car making Kistner have to take a little wider entry. Brings Loyan right up the back of him coming into the infield. Loy puts it just a little wide. Zubia runs a little wide. 10 hours, 15 seconds gone. Just under 14 hours to go.
Luguga's right on the back of Kevin right now. Looking to pounce onto the inside of the long right hander. Chooses the outside.
Lugugas, whenever he's got someone just ahead like that, he always seems to try to take a look to the left. Is that a look, or is that just kind of maybe trying to phase that car ahead? Try and make it look like he's going for the overtake and see if he can force that car ahead into a mistake. Lugugas in the draft, gets around Loy. Loy tucks back into the draft. Heading around turn 1. Lugugas may have a run on Kistner. He dives to the inside, but not all the way.
No way I was going to get it down from that far back.
So Lugugas back around Loy, back to the way they were earlier. Lugugas 5 to 10 minutes at the minimum from another pit stop. Would be their 10th of the day. Lugugas takes a very tight line through 9 and 10. Lugugas looks like he's just on the last wisps of the draft. Will he have enough to make it around before turn 2? Looks like he fell back a little bit through turn 3.
Looks like he's there.
Yep, he is. Will he wait, or will he go around the outside? He chooses the outside. It's the longer way in. He's got a half a car. Takes an early braking maneuver. If he times it right, he might be able to sneak just inside of Kistner coming up off of turn 1, so Kistner can't take a defensive line. Just remember last time Kistner and Lugugas had several laps of aggro, Loy got around in the third, excuse me. Loy takes a step back for a little bit, probably resting his kit. For A6, Geisy joins. Class leader into the pits for the GT2 class. These three will pass him as they battle.
Kistner hitting a wall on the exit there. Looks like LLM cars will run again.
Yeah, I think he might get the draft from there.
Actually, Oscar is rolling. They're probably going to pass him or catch him as they're heading into turn 2. Oscar just out of the pit lane, so they'll pass him right now. Oscar will come out just behind this battle, and he'll have a good paying seat for this. Lagukas not close enough that time.
So this now becomes a four-way battle for the GT2 class lead.
Oscar 4th, got the top 3 ahead. All 3 on different pit strategies right now. Loy looks like he might have a chance to have a run on Lagukas into turn 8. Will he take it? No, he'll set back. Looks around the outside. Will he try for a switchback coming off of the corner? He has a little bit of a run. He'll have the outside for 9 and 10, side by side. For right now, second. Loy ahead, Lagukas yields.
As we've actually had is that Nereo join for the number 52 LLM car to take over, and yet indeed Lagukas into the pit lane.
So out of third, Lagukas in. Right now in this battle, who can get the best pit stop? Best in and the best out lap? No mistakes here. Got Antivolta just ahead. Lagukas goes to the third from last pit box. Of course, a short fuel, but all 3 of those cars will have a short fuel. Narejo into the car for LLM. And he's using pit limiter. Not sure if LLM has that first gear set up. Was a little past the line when he took the pit limiter off and accelerated, so that could cost a tenth of a second in the long run here. So Christian Kistner, 38 minutes from his last pit stop. Loy, 50 minutes from his last stop.
Kistner looking good, bearing in mind he's got the heavier and theoretically slower car.
Infield section relatively flat, which is slightly expected considering it's in an oval, but it does have some hilly sections, but you don't have that much in the way of elevation changes like you do on the Grand Prix section of track, or on some of the other tracks here in LFS. I think Lloyd's going to have Kistner's draft this time. He takes a little run on the outside just to gap a little bit so he doesn't have the full run too early. Slams up to 6th gear, has the run. Outside, Kistner takes the inside. He catapults around. Kistner drops back to 2nd but has the slipstream. Steps to the outside, tucks back in. Lloyd takes the defensive line. Kistner looks outside. Both getting some good track time here in the late night stints. So Lloyd gets around, takes Savage to the class lead right now.
Still interested to see how this one's going to pan out. How close the 3 that were battling originally are going to be together after their pit stops.
Of course, you can watch Kevin Loy's stint on hitbox.tv. /Troy, that is hitbox.tv/Troy, TROY. So Lloyd breaking away from Kistner now that he's free. And if he can set out a couple laps fast, that may gap him just a little to Narejo and LLM. Of course, we also have to remember that as drivers swap, some drivers have a good pace, some drivers may not be so good. So that's why it's the aggregate of how every driver in the team performs.
It is part of what makes endurance racing so interesting, is that you've got a team of drivers, so the strategy takes compromises, the drivers take compromises, the setup takes compromises, and it's all just about how you balance it together over the distance of the race. And it's a real testament to teamwork more than that. When you've got a single driver driving for himself in a race, when sim racing, it's very much about his setup and his ability, and frequently there's a team behind it, but it's very much an individual event. When you get a big team event like this going, there's just so many different elements being factored in, and like you said, with LLM strategy to get the points at the 8-hour mark, it's just things like that that are completely irrelevant when you're driving for yourself in a sprint race, that come into play much more frequently when you're doing an endurance race like this one.
Also,
Have
just kind of
you
want to...
Have you already explained like the way the points are working with this one? Because I was a little confused before when I heard the 8-hour mark half points were already given to the teams.
Yes. It's always worth explaining. At 8 hours and at 16 hours, so at 1/3 and 2/3 distance, half points are awarded to the order of cars at that point. Plus, obviously, the pole bonus gets awarded at each point because it's part of it, and the highest climber bonus is awarded at that point. So that's basically... So the first third is already put in the points table. That's all uploaded, so everyone kind of knows how the point situation is changing over time. And then at the end of the race, at the race result, full points. So it's technically a double points round, but it's the FIA GT way of doing it. It's not double points to the positions at the very end of the race. You get the points at 1/3, 2/3, and full time. That way, it's rewarding those that are staying consistent through the whole race, but it's also not fully rewarding them. It's giving them the half points, so you have to be performing well for the entire race to get a full double points. If you are good in the first third, kind of not so good in the second third, but then good again in the third, you really kind of only get 1.5 necessarily.
Seems to be an interesting way of doing things.
Watching Conquest Racing, Alan Zubia, or Zuba, I presume that is, and his FZ are coming 5 or so minutes, I would presume, away from his next pit stop. Those 3 safety cars may have helped teams extend a stint, and which could pay dividends a little later in the race. And that's the thing that happens in a 24-hour race, even with safety cars. Over time, as timeouts happen, we don't like timeouts to happen, but it's a kind of an unfortunate reality. You develop those different stint plans. The cars are the same. They don't really have much difference in the way they consume fuel. The difference in the way they consume fuel is how your setup is, how you manage to save fuel over the stint, how you set up the car, how you can stretch the tires. But they all stay kind of the same within the same 55 to 65 minute window. Sometimes you can stretch to maybe 70 minutes, and sometimes if you have flat spots, it takes 50 minutes. But there's usually not that much variance possible. That's why you don't see much variance in a short race. It's when you get into these longer races that you get that more variance. We'll see Kevin Loy in shortly. As Jared Mead connects. And it's been an hour since the last pit stop by Loy. He's worked the gap out to almost 3 seconds over Kistner.
Yeah, I think I've seen last lap Kistner went wide on the exit of turn 3, I think it is, just before the first sector ends, and was on the grass for a little while.
Well, Oscar, I understand that it's coming up on your sleepy time, you lightweight.
I know. I wasn't prepared or ready to do the full 24. Occasionally I am, but not this time around.
I should hope you come back for the finish.
I shall be back for the finish and hopefully for an hour or 2 in the UK morning time.
Well, excellent. Again, we're heading to a finish at 16 UTC. That's 11 a.m. East Coast US time.
See you guys later.
Yep. Thank you, Oscar. We'll see you in a few hours. Have a good sleep.
I will do.
So it's me and Sean Lyddon here in the commentary box with you through the overnight. 10 hours and almost 20 minutes gone as Kevin Loy pits in on the rev limiter, which Dom and Thilo were discussing a little earlier in the race. In real life, if you're a team manager, you wouldn't really like that as a way of staying at the pit speed, because you don't like having your engine at the red line for too long.
Pardon me, LLM just coming through that last sector now.
Yep. Jared is on the way. So you're seeing on the stream where Narejo is for LLM. Mead brings the Savage car out of the pit lane now, lets off the speed limiter, and puts the pedal to the metal, as it were, and coming back onto the track. Narejo at the King. And that is a huge gap. So Meade's in turn 3. Heading at split 1 right now. Heading into turn 4 right now, while Narejo comes through turn 3. So through the pit stop sequence, and the laps that Narejo has done, and the laps that Loy has done, and the pit stop that he and Meade have done, have pulled out that gap. Now, can Meade keep that? Gorzolani exits the pits for Conquest Racing. We'll also have to see how Kistner performs on his pit stop. He'll be pitting here in a few minutes.
Seems like Bertnops has gained 3 or 4 seconds during that phase of his last stint. To Conquest, that is.
Bertnops into turn 3, Gorzolani out of turn 3. About a half-hour separation in stints between cars 8 and 9. Yep, at the end of the last lap, as I hit a bind because of fat fingering. Gap is 3.8 seconds between 8 and 9. New XR personal best by Mr. Ray Kingsbury. 141.23.
Nice little improvement on his previous personal best. 2.5 tenths.
Oh, let's just give you a few minutes. On board, let's start with Sean Lyddon's teammate, Jacob Cooper.
nice and sideways. Very well managed through that last section. Good lap from Jake.
This front bumper camera gives you a great sensation of the speed that they hit through this Kyoto National Reversed circuit. Inside the cockpit of the Scuderia Gas Racing team, Adrian Flores at the wheel. He's done about 164 laps so far. Christian Kistner into the pits. Let's see where he comes out in relation to Narejo. So Kistner sits in the pits. Narejo comes out of turn 8. He's along straight halfway to turn 9. And Mead is coming on to the oval right now. Blom takes over from Kistner halfway through the pit lane. Mead, high speed on the oval. So Mead at the kink. Blom leaves the pit lane. Savage looks like they'll be right with, and maybe even around, Blom in the XR in the core racing car.
Mead did take a while. Oh, Mead's having some troubles, it seems. Just letting Mead... Blom, sorry. Letting Mead through. Bad looks of things.
Or maybe it was just a strategy play to allow Mead through to not risk a collision.
It seemed as he was exiting the pit, it took him about 3 or 4 car lengths just to get rid of the pit lane speed limiter.
Might be. So both of them have dispatched of the LLM car as of right now. Narejo with the LLM car coming through 5 and 6 here, and Blom up in 8. It's not too far, but not too close. Tommy Oscar just entering the infield with the GT2 class lead again for Team Virus. Gaston Mino joins the server, and also Rob Falkenberg. So we'll have Mafia Racing and Absolute Beginners in shortly. Of course, the Bathurst 12-hour race going on right now. Gap between Bertnops and Gorzolani just under 4 seconds. So, driver swaps just taking place for Absolute Beginners and Mafia Racing. And that would be a chat message from car 73. That looks like him saving his replay in an incorrect fashion.
Oh, chat from the number 69.
Both saving replays. So drive score penalties for Mafia and Absolute Beginners, Gaston Mino and Rob Lochtenberg will have to serve those. Got 3 laps from issuance to serve. Well, joining us in the commentary box now we have Christian Kistner for Core Racing and Kevin Loy for Savage Sim Sports, part of that great battle in the last hour. Gentlemen, hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
So tell us about that battle. It was fantastic to watch.
Well, we were just recapping too and guessing what the other was thinking. It was great. It was really great. One of the best battles I had in probably years in any endurance thing.
One of the best battles we've seen today.
Yeah, for me it was also a very great battle. Even I was the slowest, I think. But
Well, you were a bit heavier, so I think that's why you struggled. Both of our cars, the LLM car and the Savage car, were pretty low on fuel, and you still had like 5 laps left or something, maybe a bit more.
yeah, something around. I'm not sure.
But yeah, it's some great defensive driving from you, Kistner. Really good stuff.
Well, it
The only
was
thing that... go ahead, Christian.
yeah, it was a little bit scary in turn 1 every time where I had a different line.
And the thing that I loved about it was that it was a gentleman's race. You gave each other room, you pushed each other hard, you gave it everything that you had, but you avoided contact.
Yeah, we actually had plenty of too wide moments where I was thinking, oh boy, this is going to end badly, but it always worked out somehow, because everybody decided to give some room at least. And it worked. It was all fair.
Yeah, I think so too. It was sometimes very scary and very close, but overall it was very fair.
You know, I think that's one of the things that LFS still has over pretty much any other sim is the way the netcode is and the way everything is, it lets you have that close quarters racing for lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, that's really true. I'm trying currently in iRacing too, and it's sometimes very horrible to drive side by side with someone, because every contact destroys the car mostly.
Sorry, but your team car, Blom, has ended off in the gravel in turns 9 and 10. Not sure if he just dumped it wide or what. Didn't see any contact, so it may have been just a slight mistake. Carries on. That lets the LLM car around.
He just wanted to listen to the interview.
Had to park up to turn on the stream.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe he's just a little bit excited since it's his first real stint today. After the safety car on his first stint, we switched up to car. And, well, let's see what he's doing now. We're just waiting for our American, Joe.
Yeah, what, another hour before he's in the car, if I remember what he told me right?
Yeah.
Is Blom doing a double?
We will see how about he is feeling about the car. Of course, we have some little damage on dampers and so. But in practice sessions he was very close to the pace of 66 car, so we will see, and well, we will see how about this Joe. Never know if he's drinking or not.
We got a couple people lagging. Ray Kingsbury causing a yellow flag. I've got Botev, Valta, and Nops. Botev, Valta have timed out.
Both genuine racing cars.
And they're all from different places.
Mino on his way out too.
Oh, and LLM has got 2 flat tires.
2 flat? What the hell?
That's Ray Kingsbury.
Oh dear.
That's 3 drivers timing out at the same time from 3 different countries.
Well, I think that's just because of Kingsbury's flat tire.
Oh.
Blow up where to load.
Didn't only blow his tyres, he blew the server as well. But yeah, it was pretty weird with all the mass timeouts at the start of the race. It seemed like all the Finnish drivers were dropping connection.
So we've got Nops from Netherlands, Valta from Finland, and Botev from Bulgaria.
Yeah, but in the beginning of the race the Finns timed out. I think it was in general Finland. Someone told me that in other games it was the same.
And I've had my safety car driver time out.
Can't say I see any package loss though here on TS. Usually you get that, I think, when there is some attacks or whatever. Or is the TS hosted somewhere else these days?
No, TeamSpeak's hosted on the same server.
Ray seemingly not happy with himself, just poked me saying how typical it is that he starts getting nice pace and then something goes wrong for him.
So that's both Genuine Racing Cars and FNC Sim Sports losing the timeout. Yeah. Safety car driver's back.
Ray Kingsby lagging?
Not quite.
Yep.
And now he is disconnecting.
And a lot of people on TS now dropping too. Yeah.
Ray gonna be kicking himself. Think around a little bit. Infinity have moved up to 3rd place. Genuine 29 is in last place, and the 09 is in 4th place. LLM moved up to 5th in the GT1 class.
.69 is about to drop too.
He's got a 277-second lag, according to me.
Volta only 19 seconds behind Last Lap Motorsports. Dom only 24 seconds behind Infinity. 2 battles we could be seeing pretty soon.
I seem to be able to connect. Okay, go. Sorry. I
Oh yeah,
should
well,
say this
yeah,
here.
it's fine. Okay.
Okay, now I know why my teammate is a little bit slower. I touched the buggy curb in turn 3.
Red flag, server issue. Red flag, server issue. Phil is not in server, so he can't hear me.
What was the reason for the red flag, Deco?
We are a red flag for the server issues. We're having drivers having difficulty connecting to the server. So in a red flag situation, we're going to see if we can do anything about this. We're going to roll back to before the 3 cars timed out at the start. So we're gonna roll. So yeah, we'll roll back the results and we'll get a restart going with about 13 hours to go. So what happens in the red flag situation is that we'll all stop, we'll abandon to an end race screen, we'll get the grid sorted out, and we'll restart. The rollback point is going to be at about an hour, or 10 hours 35 minutes. So if you'll excuse me for not being able to talk for a little while, I've got some business to attend to.
I'm gonna go nip and get a drink, and then I'll try and entertain whilst you keep yourself
And
busy,
if Troy
Deco.
and Christian get a chance to help you discuss, that would be appreciated by me.
Yep, I'll be back in a minute.
So there's the cars remaining stopped on the start-finish straight.
Vierter.
Nice little chance for the drivers to rest up. So when do you plan to be back in the car, Christian?
I really don't know. Only I don't take the car over. Maybe something around 12 UTC.
I see you've got a nice little while to rest up.
I'm just waiting until Joe is joining the server. Because he will do the next stints. And then our Portuguese driver, Luis Barbosa, will drive in the final hours. I don't think that I will drive again. But I'm not sure yet.
Are you just sticking around as a backup driver or plan on going to bed pretty soon?
At the moment I'm a backup driver, yeah. I will try to stay as long as possible, but I will go to bed sometime. Or at least I hope to go to bed.
So have you got any plans for the future of your racing career online? Any sim that you would definitely want to move into?
Well, some of us tried to find some leagues in iRacing to drive.
I'm driving in a German league, which is called TC Pro. There are 2-hour races, and it's free class. It makes fun, but it's sometimes very weird when you drive against someone side by side, since the car is very big damage with little contacts. Very well, I don't know how to say, but the LFS, the netcode is just the best I've ever seen. Also tried other sims, but
I was doing the typical MX-5 at Okayama yesterday, I think it was, and typical example of the netcode. I was side by side with someone about half a car's width apart, and all of a sudden, contact. The cars didn't actually make contact, but I got spun around somehow. It's just little things like that that destroy the game.
yeah, I think so. Sometimes you have much more luck in the last race of that league. I was driving like 5-6 laps side by side with someone without any contact or lag. But in the other race, I never touched him, but I flew away. So it's sometimes really weird.
Have you tried to set a Corsa?
A little bit, but I just drove something around 3 laps on Monza with some BMW. It was a Z4, something like that.
And the GT2.
Yeah, but I just drove like 3 laps until I rolled the first time, so I quitted the game. But I think it's possible that it will be the future where you have to go in sim racing.
It's just
How
all
can you
down to
roll?
the netcode.
Sorry. How can you roll on Monza with a GT2 car? It's impossible.
Well, I think it's just about like an LFS. I can roll mostly all cars in LFS on every track. So I just did it like in LFS, I think.
But yeah, since we're talking about Assetto, I really like it. It ticks a lot of boxes, I think, that it does a lot of things right, and it's just a question of time and probably a bit of luck, because you never know with the Italians how far they come with developing the multiplayer and stuff, because with Netcar that was always the problem. The usability in the multiplayer was just never there. Even though they fixed it up to some point, it was drivable and you could do side-by-side racing and stuff, but it was just not user-friendly, and that's why it never took off. So I do hope they learned their lessons for Assetto.
Well, it seems so. It seems like they took a bit of the philosophy from R-Factor and implemented it in Assetto Corsa, for the fact that there is no online racing, but there is online automated hot lap championship, I believe. You just download and install the app and it runs alongside your game and uploads your times to the website, I think.
Yes, exactly. And that is a lot of fun. I keep coming back to just hot lap. I'm usually not the hot lapper because I like my racing, but it is just so much fun to drive that I keep coming back. So that's a good thing.
Another thing that's nice is the ghost feature they've put in there, so you can just watch the car and see where you've gone wrong without having to watch a replay over again or something like that. You can see where you gain or lose the time.
Actually, I have to disagree there, because I never liked those ghost thingies, because usually I'm quite close to it, and then I keep driving through it, and it puts me off, and I usually don't like it. But there are some apps to help you with that too. There is some I can't remember the name, but you can see your personal best, and it shows how much you lose and stuff. But I can't remember the name of the app. So I'd rather have this on my screen than the Ghost Lab.
Are there any news from Deco?
Not bad looks of it, no. We are on the lobby screen on the server, so I presume he's just going through the tracker now, figuring out the positions, getting ready. It's a bit of a kick in the teeth really, with all the decline in participation in LFS, and then one of the main races with low participation, you get mass timeouts, and it just kills the whole vibe of the whole event.
Yeah. Well, I was a little bit surprised that there are just only 6 GT1 cars.
Yeah. I was gonna not race, but then I thought the more people that think that way, oh, there's not enough participation, I'm not gonna race either, the less cars there'll be overall. So I think you just need to stick at it and just finish your season.
Yeah, it's very well.
Demotivated?
Yeah, I think so. I had the time last year, in the end of last year as well. But I think it took over all the whole community at the moment. So most teams like Genuine Racing also told it in public in their forum threads that they just bring the season to the end and also bring the GT Masters to the end. And then they will try to move on in other sims. It's really sad to see that such teams which are in the past years in the top lines, but we will see what brings the future. I think
Yeah, but that's a good thing these days. There is competition around, and people got a choice of what they want to drive or like to drive these days. It's not like 5, 6, 7 years ago, where there was some, but nothing was ticking all the boxes or enough boxes for me to warrant to switch to something else than LFS. And now there is more and more sims that are being developed that look really good, at least on paper.
yep, that's what I think as well. LFS is one of the best sims, but it's very outdated. The new sims have new graphic design and very high detailed graphics. The physics are not that bad in other sims too, so it's very sad about LFS, but it's like you said, in the past the other sims weren't You can't compare the sim to LFS.
Yeah, but I also think that is a good thing because it can put a bit of pressure on the developers of Live for Speed, so they basically are forced to put something out, and I think that's what's happening now because Garmin is seeing too that they got a drop in sales, so he needs to do something about it. So I do think it's a good thing. Competition is always good.
Well, maybe it's good, but you really think they get forced on just because of that? I don't think so at the moment.
Well, I still got hope. I'm not expecting. I'm not expecting anything, but there's still hope there, and it's nice to see Scowen working again full time. It looks like it. He's working again full time these days, and for me, it looked like he was burned out a bit and just didn't do enough on his free time to get excited again about LFS. So now he has his biking and he writes on Twitter and he got other stuff to do, and I think now the motivation seems to be back for him to do something, even if it's just the DX9 and Oculus Rift support, but it's at least something. You see progress again, which is nice.
Yeah, of course.
But of course, it is hard to get people back once they're gone, basically, once they found a new home in other sims. I guess time will tell how that will turn out.
Yeah, there are a lot of old teams which are mostly closed or just moved to another sim, where I don't think that they will come back, even if it would be some new content or new physics. It will be really hard to get teams like 3ID or Inex Racing back to the Live for Speed sim racing.
Yeah, I tend to agree on that. But if there is a new patch with new physics and new content, I also think that is a chance for new people to discover LFS and for new teams to form. So it's always the natural way of things that people leave and new people join. There just needs to be a flow of updates to make people want to join a new sim, and yeah, you never know. Maybe in 5 years everything looks different in LFS.
Yeah, maybe. The hope is there.
Always the optimist, you know. Always the optimist.
But what I would ask you is about Savage Sim Sports. In today's car of Savage, there's just one member of Savage.
Yeah, they do struggle a
What
bit.
happened to them?
Martin is out of town over the weekend, so he couldn't drive. And the rest of the guys, I'm not entirely sure. I think Carl had some stuff come up too. So that's 2 guys already that would usually drive. And the rest, I don't know. I'm not that integrated into Savage to really know what's going on internally there.
But I was really surprised. I saw you and Lars and Jan were driving sometimes for them, but today I were a little bit surprised about seeing Matthias Fieseler in the car.
Yeah, Mr. Fieseler, that was just that was pure luck basically. He joined our TS like yesterday or the day before, and decided to do some laps, and then was complaining that he would love to drive, and we were missing a driver in the morning anyway, so yeah, it was kind of lucky for us, and now he just got in the last minute, basically, because Deco was so nice and allowed us to make him sign up. But we would have really struggled in the morning, I think, because without Mr. Fieseler, it would have been me and Jared, who's basically both of us are up for 24 hours then, and Jan. And yeah, Jan would have been the only one with a bit of sleep, and I think that would have been a long race without AT.
Yeah, you drove the have Passions 2 together, right?
Yes, exactly. We drove in 2 cars, in the LX6 and
Yeah,
the XRG.
yeah, okay, it was you and Shooty from Heroes of Racing.
Exactly.
But how you have done driving the LX6 and XRT in one race? I mean, that's 2 different cars.
Well, actually, the XRG is such an easy car on Fernbay because there's long stints. You drive like for 2.5 hours for one stint, but it doesn't take a lot of physical stress out of you, and mentally it's also quite easy. So it's not like it takes a lot out of you. So the LX6 is different, of course. The LX6 is a real beast. But since I drove so much LX6 already back in the days, I didn't really need much training, so it was actually quite easy to just jump in and do some laps. And yeah, I was basically up on pace easily. I must have done like, I don't know how many laps on that track anyway. A lot,
Yeah.
probably.
Well, I drove in the RB4.
Yeah, I noticed you screwing around every now and then.
It was very fun to drive the RB4 in Film Bay, but it's really hard to get against FXO or XRT in such races.
Yeah, it's such a shame the RB4 is just not competitive enough in the TBO class, because it's actually a really nice car. I like to drive it, but it's so hard keeping up the pace with it. You can go the pace as long as you keep the tires alive up to some point, but yeah, keeping the tires alive is just so hard.
I'm just reading in the TeamSpeak chat. Eiko. Maybe Sean can tell us more.
Yeah, Deco's still trying to sort out the order of the field, and then he's going to go about how he's going to restart the race, what timestamp he's going to use, how long there's going to be left. There's a few variables he needs to look out first before he can tell us anything solid. And so I do presume it'll be like another 15-20 minutes, depending on how quickly his little gang can get working.
Yeah.
Because by the looks of it, it's only Deco and Phil. So if there's anything we can do, Deco, just give us a shout.
Yeah, it's a real shame to regularly have these problems these days. There's just so many red flags in the past few endurance races I took part, and that just kills the whole flow of the race basically, because you're sitting there for half an hour or 40 minutes and nothing is happening. It's not Deco's fault, of course, but it's just hard keeping your motivation up and keeping your wits about you, just because there's not much happening. And yeah, it kind of gets annoying too, because it keeps happening too much these days. And I'm not sure what it is. If it's again somebody thinking it's fun to attack some server, or if it's a server problem this time. But yeah, it's just taking. It's basically the last drop that is bringing the. I think that's a German saying, so I'm not sure if that works in English. The last drop that brings the. Help me, Mr. Kistner.
I really
what do
don't
I want
know
to say?
tell in English as well. But I know what you want to try.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm going to Google for that saying. I just got help from my teammate in the other tiers. It's the straw that kills the camel's back or something like that. So yeah, exactly that is. It's just the last bit that is driving people away, because it's just not. It's not fun.
So then, still waiting and waiting and waiting.
For anybody that is bored with the waiting, there is also the 12 hours of buffers still on, which is some good racing there. I don't want to steal your viewers, of course, but you can have both streams open, of course.
Well, but I have to go now. I will take some hours of sleeping, and well, maybe we will see back on track.
Thanks again for the
enjoy your
great
sleep.
racing. It was really a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. So, bye bye, and still have fun.
See ya.
Attention on the pit wall. Gridding will commence at 03:38. Gridding will commence at 03:38. Tracker.newdimensionracing.com has the restart order. And we will also, at the time after we form the grid, we will instruct you on how much time we will leave left in the race. Attention all drivers, gridding commencing.
Here we go.
Ray Kingsbury, join please.
I think Ray went to take a shower. So the final cars on the grid.
Okay, so we are going to restart with 12 hours to go in about 2 minutes. Before we restart, we're going to do a quick break in the stream since it's about that time anyway. So if you'll stay with us, you're watching the GT World Series. Thank you for bearing with us. We'll do a quick stream break and we'll be right back with you shortly.